Hello and welcome everyone. There seems to be some sort of issue with my uh, connection to the TV. It's flashing like constantly now. It didn't do this earlier this week, hasn't done it in a while. It is normal that it disconnects occasionally, but the frequency of it flashing now it's a bit alarming. Hopefully it doesn't go fully out. Otherwise, I need to switch my system to the tablet, and I haven't recharged it, so it might even run out of battery. The chat is still under my second window, so I can always see that, but I can't see is the stream actually running as it should without the TV screen. So, eh, but let's get the game started. And today we actually start the last episode in the second game. This episode is a real doozy, and it is the main reason of the memes about Maya. You will see it soon enough. I won't be spoiling before things actually happen. And the tiny panic that the beginning is so similar to the previous episode is we have the exact same black screen type and the same music. But yeah, no, this is a different episode because we can actually see superheroes instead of magic. Not very heroic to cut the moon in half now, is it? And yeah, the jamming ninja was the only one I remembered out that bunch. All the rest, I have no memories of whatsoever. No, Phoenix, you ain't. You're gonna be stuck with it. Getting too much slashing to the fans from that. But this is the final episode. If someone has gotten that far, it shouldn't matter anymore. The money has been well earned. this should be alarming, like altogether, and it happening right after a prize. I mean, that especially should be really, really, really bad and should not be allowed to happen, no matter what. And the thing is, the ninja being snuffed, now 3rd time in a row, while... Okay, we just have to assume that the first time was the Steel Samurai, of course. But then, why the Jamming Ninja has been allowed to just try again and again and again, when at the least the Steel Samurai was switched up to the latest hero twice over. And the fact that we saved your life should be... This should be quite a small, like, payment from that. You know? And the fact that the Pink Princess, it happened only just because that creepy guy saw Maya. So, yeah. It's so odd that they, like, made the music go down just a notch when the thinking is happening. And then it comes right back. Like, to give it a more dramatic effect, the music should stop for a second. But I can see that there will be issues how to program that. Especially since I could just stop. I could just keep the screen here for like an hour. So who knows where the music is at that point, and if it would be counted. That's a lot of calculations done for a very tiny thing. But the other options could be that they made the music go all the way down, like slowly, and then when you get the next, like off the memory thing, it would go slowly all the way up, where it used to be. So it could constantly run, but it would feel like it stopped. Yeah, it doesn't make any sense. Like, ninja versus samurai makes sense. That's an ancient rivalry, but how? Like, you would be the worst ninja if you became a music star. And overall, like, yeah, a ninja would need to know how to play, because being a flute player is like a traditional disguise for the ninja, so they would need to know how to play an instrument to actually pull off that disguise. But jamming while doing your espionage, no. Not a chance. And overall, ninjas being like a hero character automatically makes them lesser in their field. But then again, James Bond is a spy, and the same thing goes there. He does do horrible things, but he's still constantly played as a hero. Never mind. And yeah, that was bad. I knew that there is the horrible duality. People doesn't think far enough and do these concepts. Oh well. Well, we'll do the traditional. What do you say about that badge? You would have been executed. You would have been hacked. That's what would have happened. It is so sickening that the case is like that, but it is. It's a spaceship. Like, I have actually seen chandeliers that you could imagine being some sort of a space station. Like, genuinely. The shapes being super weird and modern, and usually very bad at lighting. But a normal chandelier like this, spaceship, what? It is very imperial, at least from this room. Gold everywhere. But where are all the skulls? And the color black? They are violently missing from this room. And the shade of red, it's too brownish red. Like, it should be more vibrant red. Blood. Even the lobster, it's not the right shade of red. Nothing on the screen is. At least on my screens. Let me actually look at the other screens. Yeah, the lobsters look a bit more autocorrect if I look at the OBS screen and on the TV, but they have that shine effect all over them, so it lessens them. Maybe that's pretty much correct. But anyway. She had to talk about circus, didn't she? How much was the line difference between these two? Also, I just remembered a topic I wanted to discuss during this stream. Well, now that we know that there is the Nickel Samurai and we know that there is the Jamming Ninja, the fact that Nick doesn't know Jamming Ninja at all is quite alarming when it's a hero created in your country and it's like they are taken as a national hero in another country. And even if the investigations would actually start after this case, the taking of a Jamming Ninja to be a certain country's personal hero would have happened ages ago. But I'm gonna leave it at that. It's something that you will see in the last case in the investigation. And boy, that case is long. If you think the last case in Ace Attorney 1 is long, the last case in investigations is even longer. There's like 3 parts after you know who did everything and you know how it was done before it actually ends. Phoenix, don't ask, don't, because we all know how it's gonna end in the end. We all know. I don't see doors, I see a hallway. Yeah, it's odd to see such grand tables in multiple places and nothing touched at all. But let's now actually look at the offerings. Yeah, I wouldn't like the offerings here. You have to remember that you are meant to be in a more high-class suit. We have drumsticks here. Very messy. Lobster, which is very bad. It's overrated. It's even when it's done well, it's quite bad. Like it's only good when you have something good with it, and then it's just good because the things you're eating with it. They are much more fun when they're alive and you just let them scurry around. Then we look at this. Are these meant to be sausages? Okay, you can eat sausages cleanly and without anything, but it's a very weird thing to have at a high-class party. So maybe it's actually haggis, small haggis or something. Overall, the givings are very strange for a party like this. That could be any sort of cake or something, so most likely a fruit cake of some sort, so skip. I think those would be fruit cubes. Might be alright, but usually they ruin it by putting something in there that nobody wants to eat. Are those slices of ham? Good, good. And that must be sushi. But just like I hope that those are California rolls. Those alone. Without anything else, without soy sauce, without wasabi, I would eat, but I wouldn't be that happy. Most likely, it would be that I would fill my plate with sushi, some sausages. I would get a drumstick, depending on how good it is. Would I get more? And how can you actually eat it? Because there are no utensils shown either, there are plates, so I guess you're expected to eat everything by hands. Wines, those are all meant to be wines, at least based on the bottles. But the salad, most likely I would try. That could be multiples of different things, which I most likely would skip. Okay offerings, but very weird. Very weird. Guess we'll move to the hallway. A completely reasonable thing to ask is the toilets. But before going anywhere, let's actually look. The amount of flowers here, like even just these would be considered a fire hazard. These would be considered a huge hazard. It wouldn't be allowed to happen. Well, teddy bears is a gift given for certain type of stars, but usually, like in 99% of the cases, they are given to young female singing stars. And they are never accepted from what I've been led to understand. Maybe like a PR shot and then just tossed away. Yeah, no star ever actually keeps flowers given to them. They might pretty up a room for a small while and then they're just tossed away. That's just how it works. And it would be hazardous as well, because you could easily hide anything in there. But in most cases, flowers aren't safety checked. Like, using flowers would be the easiest way to smuggle into something into a star's room. It could be something even small that could cause huge issues. Like a tick. A tick would be a really bad thing. And it would seek out something with blood. So it would go from the flowers into the star. Or whoever handles the flowers, so... But yeah, ticks are a species which could just be completely eradicated, and it would only benefit. Really, nothing eats ticks, because there is the issue that even those species which would eat ticks have to constantly fear that they might be bitten. And yeah, and most likely if ticks would not exist, other species could like spread out more, because there would be less competition and space. So even those few ticks that would be eaten would most likely be taken over by something else that would be eaten, because now they can reproduce more. It would be so fun if there could be an algorithm so complex it could like just generate a simulation showing what would happen if you would delete any sort of species from the face of the earth. Like, there have been millions of simulations what would happen if humans would just disappear. That's a common thing, but I would so want a simulator that would allow you to just choose any species ever, and it would make algorithm like estimations what would happen to everything else. And of course the assumption should be based on if the world would stay about the same, global warming would like go up the same rate it is, humanity wouldn't spread more than it has, like exclamations like that. But imagine how great it would be. Yeah, they wouldn't let a like top star to make a confession after an award ceremony, especially. They just wouldn't allow. And if they would force their way through, they would just fire them. Like, oh, they're clinically insane, you're fired. And that would be it. But the thing is, even though Powers isn't Steel Samurai anymore, you would think that they would keep him as some sort of consultative at this point. And especially how those kind of shows want to reuse the old costumes and have like meet up between shows, like previous heroes arrive for an episode or two in the new show. They would want to keep him in hand so he could just appear randomly as the Steel Samurai when there is some sort of time disturbance or whatever the story wants to use, why the old hero is here now. Do I? But of course it's something so from it. And yeah, especially that confess something if I win. It's like, what? And if you would go on and say, yeah, I don't deserve this victory, it should be given to someone else, that should happen during the award show. And it would usually be like part of the show even, that they would expect that the one chosen to be the greatest hero would be like, I can't accept this, give it to someone else, they are more deserving than I. And then whoever is the host or given the award, however the system is done, they would go like, no, you are the truest hero, you are so noble and so, what's the word in English? Where you are not at the reverse of a stuck-up asshole. I forgot what the word is in English. Yeah, I literally just blank out on the word. Fuck. How can I just lose it completely? And the fact that I accidentally skipped the speech there a moment ago. Oh yeah, we actually can go to the lobby. So let's go to the lobby. Well, everyone should always expect unforeseen consequences. Because of the existence of full life consequences. It's been such a long time when that was released. It's hard to think how fast time has gone. It hurts. It hurts. I wouldn't even need to give you guys guesses who this is going to be, right? Everyone who has seen the previous game even a bit knows who this character is, right? And the fact that she's in that suit, it makes it feel like someone was smart enough to give her a suit where none of her features can be seen. So, yeah. So, let's actually continue. And there she goes again. Yeah, that... She's pretending to shoot us. Also, no one would ever expect a costume like that to belong to anyone in any sort of official like rank. So if someone would start bugging security orders wearing that, they would think it's part of an act. Nobody could take it seriously. Nobody. And you gotta love how it's part of the retro look. How well it goes with the retro look. And the fact that why all of the old retro space gear had like buttons and random things happening in the torso. Like, the same goes with Vader. It's a very bad place to have controls for your vitals, you know? Like, nowadays, you would expect it to work like the MCU Iron Man suit. Everything is just controlled by AI. Or that the controls would be in your hands. Or you could control it with your eyes or mouth. Not just pushing buttons on your torso. Now that's a bad idea. If you would ever be doing something, you can't be pressing buttons on your torso. If you would be stuck somewhere, you couldn't be pressing buttons on your torso. So even there being like a smartwatch type of deal that the controls would be on your arm, even those are actually quite bad. You should have a voice activated command system, and then your both arms should have control systems. And as well, doing certain hand gestures should activate certain systems. That's like the secure way to do things. AI is good in many ways, but they shouldn't be relied on. There are numerous cases where accidents would happen if AI would just control all of those systems. Like fully. Like there was the thought experiment that there is a space station. And of course the space station has an airlock. A astronaut walks into the airlock and the door closes behind him automatically. He presses the button to open the outer airlock, but nothing's happening. The onboard AI is starting to think, like, should it release the pressure and open the outside door? But it's not doing that. Why isn't it doing that? And you find out that the AI can see through the cameras and connections to the astronaut that he's not wearing the helmet. He would die. So the AI would give out a warning that the pressure exchange is going to start soon. Abort or wear a helmet. And at that point, the astronauts should notice, oh shit, I don't have a helmet, I'm gonna die. They would either abort or put the helmet on. Things like that. It shouldn't stop you from doing things completely. It should give you life-saving tips, let's just say. And there should be an option that you could turn off automatic functions when needed. Like the amount of times when there have been tests about self-driving cars and they have just launched airbags at super slow speeds because algorithms say that it's a good idea. That's gonna be a huge issue, I know, with the future and self-driving cars. That people are not gonna be seated and seatbelted, so accidents regarding airbags is gonna happen dramatically more than they have been. I'm trailing from one discussion to another constantly now. Is that actually everything I can study here? I think it is. So, let's talk to her. Yeah, totally not the fact that it was clear that you weren't at your post and that you removed important vital evidence. Totally not those reasons why you were fired, no. Lawyer camp. Why why this lawyer camp business haven't been elaborated in any other occasion, in any other form? It makes me wonder. uh, Immediately everyone's alarm bells should ring. This man does have the look and behave of a butler. But the fact that they have a zipper going across their entire face, yeah, they wouldn't be hired. Like, it doesn't matter that they are very excellent at their job, it's just the fact of life, they wouldn't be hired to cater. They wouldn't be getting into any customer service jobs. It's disgusting, but that's just how it is. You would be outcast from your bread and butter. So the only place where you could actually get a job is that if you know, like, get to know rich people enough and they will see that you are super capable at your job. So they just won't have to look at you. You would just work in the background as managing others, most likely. But yeah. Or that there just happens to be a big place where they need capable workers and staff will wear masks. It's way more common than you think. And this should be alarming. The bellboy should know that everyone was told to stay put by the police. Why would they make someone they just found in a place where they shouldn't be, like, get a phone call and not say, hey, you're in the wrong place, I will escort you where the phone is, you will have a phone call. Like, he is escorting her, but he should escort everyone else away as well. But since he didn't, that's a bit fishy, isn't it? And Pearl is oblivious to everything. I think everything should be... Oh, no. Of course, because Maya isn't here, the talk about the food will be different. What? You mean which one? Most likely all of them, but still. Kiwi? First time you ate a kiwi. Unsurprising. I don't see kiwis anywhere. Those would have been a nice salad to begin with. A bird or fruit. Both are fine. Just slice them up and scoop with a spoon. Oh, the hallway is different. But isn't that the direction where we are going as well? He said lobby and we need to hold up confusion, maybe translation mistake, which I never noticed before. Well, I have the most suitable thing here.
It's all over, lawbreaker.
There we go. We have some voice acting. Saying that Gumshoe is an it. It's very, very, very disrespectful to all other golems out there. Of course, we start with the usual. Oh, we get a generic one. But because you were already on an instant noodle diet before we even met you, and you've been receiving multiple pay cuts, how can you paycheck go even lower, and how have you been able to survive? Or does your golem system actually run without food, but you just think you need food, so you occasionally get food when you can? Yeah. And to those not in the aware, there is a reason why I say golem. It's a reference. Yeah, isn't it weird how, again, when we are dealing with the folks from the Steel Samurai, again the samurai is the samurai is the one being made, let's use correct terminology. The samurai is being accused of murdering their rival. This time, the Nico Samurai is being accused of murdering the Jamming Ninja. Isn't it weird? Isn't it weird? Well, we are in another murder mystery, aren't we? It's odd how every case actually ends up being a murder mystery. It doesn't matter. Like how it starts, it's always where we end up. I would be interested there would be something else than murder for once. But then again, murders are best to write about. You can do so many things with murders. And every case is unique on its own. Many shares many similarities though. But, yeah. Well, actually I meant to present something to him. Ticket. No, he's not gonna say anything about it. And most likely not about the Nico Samurai either. Did I actually have to just move back this occasion? It feels wrong. No? What was I supposed to do in this occasion? How did I already get stuck? Oh, of course. We don't have any evidence to showcase, but we need to get Gumshoe talking about something, and he won't talk us about any of these, but the profiles. So let's present the accused. There we go, he's talking. Well, now we have to talk. Well, the topic to talk about. Blech. My ability to form up sentences and elaborate thoughts is very depraved today, it seems. Well, isn't it good that she doesn't know about it yet? Is there actually anyone else to mention? Maybe Lotta? Yeah, of course, I can get Gumshoe to talk about Lotta. Bum bum bum. Yeah. No, definitely not. I don't think. Yeah, he's not gonna talk about her at the moment. Okay. But I have talked to Gumshoe about everything. I guess I will just move back now. Back all the way to the lobby. There we go. We just needed to talk about one topic there more than I did. And now we can actually talk the powers again. And now you let the small girl alone in a huge hotel when you have already lost someone. But she didn't get far, because if she would have actually gotten far, I bet there would have been like a time skip 2 hours. We found Pearl stuck in a room, not understanding how a certain type of door works, or something stupid like that. She's been way too sheltered. here's the funny thing. I'm not 100% sure, but I think the way it goes in Japan, a kidnapping is when you adopt someone by giving false information, tricking them into the van, for example. That's a kidnapping. But when you use force, it's called abducting. And I think there is a completely separate punishment structure, depending which one is it. And in many cases, an attempted kidnapping turns into abduction. It kind of makes sense to have different criminal terms for both, but then again, it should be the intention that's the most important. Yeah, you should suffer a worse punishment if you did committed violence in between there, but it should be the same punishment. Let alone if you threaten someone with a gun to go into the van, or if you just told that there is candy in the van. Anyway, you intended abducting them. So in those cases, yeah, it should be the same. Yeah, that should have been obvious. They would have never abducted Maya if it was about money. Nick is poor as fuck. But radio. There's so many things you could have said, and that's how you open the communications. Well, it's nice to see you anyway. And this is the point where all sense of logic and reason should start screaming. If someone abducts someone else to just demand a freaking acquittal for someone else, you should know that they are working together. There is no other way. There's no other way that this would happen. And if they are working together, you should be almost certain that yeah, they are gonna be guilty. They are gonna be guilty as fuck. Why would else they have accomplices kidnapping people to get them a lawyer to defend them? And overall, you are gonna get better lawyers by offering them absorbent amounts of money in the black, as they say, in the dark, as they could say, behind the court, as you could say. Illegally bribing them would be the better term. Giving them money that would not be taxed is the most legal term to say it. But with that, you get the most of the best lawyers to work for you. Way better than this. I bet that if they would have gone to Phoenix, offered a huge amount of money, and say, hey, use this money to, I don't know, make up some sort of good source for the money, some sort of foundation. Like if you get him to be acquitted, we can donate this money to this charity that he will create. But if he's gonna be arrested, we can't do this. So you have to save the kids. Something like that. Phoenix would have fallen for it. Most certainly. And hearing that should make you think that you are actually talking with a huge amateur. They wouldn't risk the way to. Well, let me explain it for those who are not in the know. In a kidnapping situation, the kidnapper needs to look that they are in very much in case of power. Even if something would go wrong, they would need to make it look like that they abducted the person perfectly. They are unharmed at the moment, and that they have all the power. Shit like this would make it seem like they don't have the power, they don't have the knowledge, they haven't done this before. It would be very, very crucial mistake to reveal that this is your first time kidnapping. A very crucial mistake. Yeah. Okay, with the name The Killer, you could think, if you haven't heard it before, that maybe I'm actually dealing with a murderer. But, especially in that case, you should just think that, yeah, you aren't getting Maya back, she's dead. If a known killer had abducted her, presenting it's his first abduction, it's like there is no way it's gonna end well now, is there? Like, there's absolutely no way. And it made the worst mistake he can do. You know that Gumshoe is really bad at his job, and you go telling him, even though you were threatened with threatened on the life of Maya, that if you talk to a police, she is going to be hurt. And the fact that you should have made the connection. that it is the very, very shady looking butler that took her. You would know, and well, if not even for that, just for the case that they got you that radio phone. True powers, but still, that they have infiltrated the place. You should expect that they can hear that you're talking to a fucking police. That is usually called an evidence orgy. And I'm not kidding, it's actually called that in the forensic circles. And it's usually a very clear distinction that most of the evidence might not actually be true. They would be planted, they would be falsified. And if that happens, you can't really trust anything. You need to triple your efforts. Because in most cases of falsified evidence, the people doing it don't know exactly what they are doing. If they would, they should know how to, well, make it appear at least a bit more genuine. Not leave so much things behind. So you should expect that there could be something true in there. But finding it will be really hard, of course. And if you didn't know for certain it was that butler, you know it for certain now. Like it was way too obvious now, wasn't it? But it's nice that for once you actually see something happening from someone else's perspective. While it's like outside of the very intro. Maya is a main character, so it's weird that's just the first time it happens. Many other occasions, if you would have seen things on Maya's perspective, it would have spoiled things. But yeah, it's not really done. Like after this, I can't remember a single case where it's not like a very small snippet at the end or beginning of something that you see. Please tell me if I'm wrong, because I just utterly can't remember. And at that moment, when the call was happening, because Maya was clearly not gagged or anything, she should have first made sure that it's actually Nick on the phone. And she should have yelled, "Wine cellar, wine cellar, wine cellar." That should have given enough information that she would have been found, in most likelihood. Because not that much time has gone by. She doesn't know that. But she would have to estimate that being that. You would feel very crappy if it had been a long time that you've been passed out. You might not even been able to get up on your own. Very likely you wouldn't be able to get up on your own. But anyway, like, that was clearly a residential wine cellar. If she could have gotten that information to Nick went and bladdered to Gumshoe, Gumshoe should have been able to get enough information to find it. Because there aren't that many wine cellars out in any part of the world. Like, you can list everything and then go by any extra details you can come up with. Like, at first, like, most wine cellars are not residential, so you can just cross off most by that, and then you could go by details of have those buildings being in any way compromised. Like, could it be that people living in them could be on a holiday or something? You could mark those as potential targets, and little by little, making good thought work, you could whittle the list down. And if you would get any more information, that would of course help. One thing, which would have been an instant vital clue already, that the call was coming from the wine cellar. So it can't be a deep one. It has to be something constructed. I don't remember exactly after what time period, because wine cellars before a certain time period were built in a way that they would block out most signals. Like, designed as well, even. And, well, most cases just accidentally. But still, that also should give a huge thing to mark down places where it cannot be. And if they could find Maya, there is a very likelihood that they could get her alive and safe without going through this ridiculous business. But, you know what? It's been a bit over an hour. I do need to take a tiny break. I'm thinking maybe I will do 2 parts of this today, in most likelihood. But I really need to take a small break right now. So I'll be right back.
The planet Cronus. Beset on all sides by the tides of war, this once quiet colony became a savage battlefield. 7 armies clashed on this one world, each refusing to back down. Each convinced it was in the right. From beneath the sands of Cronus' central desert came the Necrons, ancient machines bent on eradicating all life. But another evil already had its eyes on the planet. From the depths of the warp, the demonic forces of chaos arrived to enforce their claim. To oppose these fearsome powers, the planet's rulers in the Tau Empire sent their elite soldiers and sophisticated battlesuits into the fray. From the mighty Imperium of Man came the Imperial Guard, there to secure Cronus for the glory of the God Emperor. Like a green tide, the Orc horde descended on Cronus, caring little for others' claims and sowing destruction in its wake. The Eldar, ancient enemies of the Necrons, emerged from their webway to pursue their own agenda on Cronus. And last came the Space Marines, finest and most uncompromising of the Imperium's soldiers. Seeing a world beset by aliens and heretics, they undertook a great purge. A dark crusade had begun. It could only end with the total victory of one of these factions, and the total defeat of all others.
Yep, sorry about that. Just think that I got a very alarming message, so I had to look into that, and I know that there will be difficult times ahead. Just have to see how this will be arranged. Oh well, let's actually continue. Her mood instantly got better. Yeah, like that is a good question. But like Pearl, that's a thing Pearl shouldn't even think of. from what Pearl thinks that's going between Maya and Phoenix, she should already know the answer that Phoenix is going to do everything to save Maya. So, thinking about that, not a good idea. Yeah, Phoenix already knew that Pearl really had no one left anymore. But the thing is, he's not made to be a legal guardian. Pearl doesn't have a legal guardian. How is she alone? How isn't she put into a foster care? Is Greenville just somehow out of all jurisdiction that they are just gonna leave a girl there all by herself? And, well, there are students over there. We just never see them. What are the students doing? Is actually one of the students made her guardian? It kind of would make sense in a way. Also, now there's a baby crying in the neighbor. Like usual. I just really have to hope that the voice doesn't bleed through too much. I started to be momentarily silent there again to check. But every time I check, I can hear distortions more than the issue. But audio stuff with very low quality gear it's hard. It's really hard. And my complete lack in ability to actually vocalize myself properly makes everything difficult to begin with. So, meh. They let him have a communication device. That's like the biggest mistake they can do to someone who's being convicted. Like only anything bigger mistake than that would be to leave them with a gun. Or well, weapons. So biggest mistake, leave them with weapons. Second biggest mistake, leave them with communication devices. In many occasions you can reverse this, but in most occasions, yeah, biggest mistake, weapons, second, communication. And okay, they might have not realized that that is a communication device, because they'll just look like really weird, truly. Also, ow, my hand is killing me all of a sudden. I know it's been acting up since yesterday, and my way too heavy backpack, which I had to lift in a very wrong way in one occasion, and it can cause this. That should tell you guys about what happens to my backpack when I actually have to go somewhere. And anyway, so they might have just thought that to be a very weird jewelry, which I would have expected normally as well. It doesn't look like any sort of device, like an actual device. But now that they see him use it, they should immediately seize it. I just told him that we are lawyers, and they be going like, I don't have a time to become a lawyer. What? Yeah, there are so many stars that you wonder how did they manage in life before they became famous, because they just ceased to function after. Like completely. And he's being one of those. But I'm gonna stop speaking about that. And let's actually continue. There might be a reason. I can fully understand that the city would be renamed to Neo Tokyo. But how is the mountain named to Neo Fuji? Did the old mountain get blown up and built with technology? Because that's actually a common trope that they they explain things. Like, why is this futuristic city that's supposed to be somewhere completely different suddenly have this very recognizable mountain in the background? Oh, it's not actually a mountain, it's a huge incinerator. The place where every trash is burned to create energy for the city. That's actually not a bad idea. Imagine the dangers of that. The potential of terrorism would be horrifying, but it would be intriguing if it could be actually done well. And it could be if there would be put research into it. It would benefit everyone, but because it's just flagged that it's very bad for the environment, it's not being studied upon, which causes that the thing which is going to be done anyway, it's just gonna remain as bad as it is. But if they would study how to make it less bad, it could continue to function as something less bad. Simple, isn't it? Well, let's start it better. Oh, it's the same line as before. I think the window is gonna be as well. We're gonna need to present something now, aren't we? Oh, well, one is the victim, I would assume. But what could be the second thing? Ticket? Oh, yes. I don't remember everything exactly, so... Okay, I'm missing still something else. I bet I need to present someone else's profile, maybe? Or do I need something more? I might need something more, actually. Oh, don't tell me that I had to do the very stupid thing and present the transceiver. I think I have to. Yeah. Even Pearl is like, what are you doing? No, you shouldn't. You really shouldn't. And like, especially if you have any inclination that he's in this, which you should, you would make, like, this would be a clear signal that, hey, I'm spilling this beans to everyone, so expect me to defend you, but just kill the target because you like, I can't be trusted. His appearance didn't change, but the fact that you just blurted out the killer and he suddenly agreed, there is a familiarity there. You should immediately have hunches over that. Wait a minute. Is it actually? No way! They are actually the same age! The fuck? No way! He looks older than most. Like, he looks definitely older than Gumshoe, but he's 10 years younger. What the? Yeah, with only a few years difference. Lotta seems way younger. Powers does. Well, he also looks a bit younger, but he's actually a bit older. And well, Maya does look like clearly younger than others, but really? Really? I didn't remember that's even a thing. And here's the deal. Nick should have already understood that he could just plain out ask the difficult questions because he can see if someone's lying or not. He should know this, and he hasn't been using it. Like, there is no way that he would know that Nick can see if people are lying or not. It's not a thing that was ever revealed to anyone anyway. The possession, that has been revealed to the prosecution, but the Nakatama not. So, at this moment, you would start to think that he has to be innocent. There is no luck. And yeah, that's like we've been on about 2 hours, so perfect place to stop, isn't it? So thank you for joining, and of course I'm continuing. Just have to see, will I actually go through the entire other part, or will I leave it in middle of the investigation somewhere? Because I have no memory how long is this actually, and like in how many parts it is. I didn't actually expect that it would cut to a different part before we finish the first investigation even. So this was a bit surprising anyway. maybe if there is a cut in the investigation itself, because I really can't remember, maybe that would be the spot where I would end it for the day. Well, we'll have to see. It's hard to like estimate how long this go because I like can't remember half of like the small stuff. Trials are the things you usually remember better, and all the chitter chatter in between, estimating how long it's going to take, how much extra stuff I have to just mention, it's hard. Guess we'll start with the lobby. Now, there might be a pattern here. It might be something that should be looked into in the future, possibly. If this happens a third time, you could predict when actors are going to die. When old bag begins to fancy some actor, they're gonna die soon. But this is only the second time it has happened, so we can't say it's a clear pattern yet. The Jew's comment was very out of left field, very out of nowhere. Like, if this conversation would have happened in the hall and there would still be the banquet, then I could understand it. But I bet you wouldn't find any. Because there were just wine bottles, and wine, and wine, and wine. Well, what you could do, you could just like lift and lean one of the fruit bowls a bit, so you would get actual fruit juices. And it would be like a refreshing snack. But they would be fresh, but if they were left there like that, they should be rancid by now. And the thing is, you witnessed there being 4 locks. If she suddenly gets 4 locks after she said that she saw something, shouldn't you expect that she's lying about it just to get something? Like she has been trying to get you to give her something before? Yeah, a present. Guess what she wants? Let's try to have a guess. What could she be after? Well, let's go to the hall. And look, the offerings are still there, untouched. Rancid or plastic? You decide. $700. Well, nowadays that should get you a nice camera. At least if you make it 700 euros, you're gonna get a nice camera. Most likely a very good one. But then you need objectives and other type of equipment with it. So the price is gonna go way higher than that, but the base camera for 700, yeah, you should be getting a real nice one. But back in the day, and with dollars, 700 seems quite little when you think about it. Quite amateurish. Or used. Especially with all the equipment that is on it. And you losing it? Maybe you shouldn't be the one keeping it in that case. Maybe. Let's not spoil things. Yeah, if for some reason you actually manage to talk to a store clerk for 5 hours and not being kicked out, you might state that yeah, the camera isn't new anymore. I'll give it to you half price, just take it and leave. Most likely a very tiny wage employee in a chain store. I could really see this happening. And the horrors, nightmares that employee is going to have. Most likely it's gonna be their pay is gonna be deducted, or they are just flat out fired. Most likely both. Yeah, not nice. why is he so content of knowing something and not telling us? That doesn't really make any sense. I would expect, especially from her, that she would just be mad. I ain't doing it, it's a trade secret, and just half and puff at us. But then again, we have the actual Mrs. Huff and Puff in this mission, so maybe they just had to write her to be a bit more scheming and happy than in other cases. Yep. Can I? Yeah, I can go to both rooms. I don't remember which one I should start with, so let's just go with the first one. Well, appearances mean nothing when she's ready to get down to business to defeat the Huns. I wish that there would have actually been a weapon used by the Huns here, but no. Let's study the place a bit. We'll start with the suitcase. That's not a lot of stuff. No, from the picture itself, it looks like there's one change of clothing, to be honest. But a hair dryer. Now that's a thing, especially a man, and especially with a man with not a long hair, would have around with them if they would be on a short trip. I don't know, because she's only wearing that one costume, so also that doesn't look like blood or sauce, it looks like red paint. Yeah. I would enjoy. I never had an actual T-bone steak ever. It's a real shame. I have had multiple different types of steaks, but not a T-bone one. I don't remember that they have ever even been offered anywhere. Like, I think even in English, one is called leaf steak, which is one of my favorites, for the fact that you can actually get it at usually an affordable price, plus you get usually some lovely spiced butter to go with it. So even if the steak would be done dry, the butter is gonna save it, in most likelihood. I never had a bad one before, but I bet one day it will happen. But then again, I can't remember the last time I even had one of those, because, well, affording food is quite a luxury, especially nowadays, and so yeah. luxury it is. Funny that I can't even look at the... can we call it a pitchfork? Because in essence it doesn't have the notches, but it's not a trident, it has 4 spikes. But because these two are looking very decorative, like overall it cannot be used. You really cannot use it because of these spikes here. Maybe we should go with a bident. It has 2. But actually, if it would be a bident and you would use it to fish, I could actually see it working, you know. If the angle is correct, depending on the fish, it might actually help that these are here. But it would take a lot of skill to use. And not as a weapon, but for fishing. No, you Pearl, no. Don't say things like that out loud. Just don't. Especially... we see that Pearl can be of strong spirit, but easily broken. But actually strong of body? We haven't seen that. And I doubt that even if she knew a good massage person, a massager, she would go into being possessed by one in order to get the body to actually function to be a good massager. But that would be a fun trick, like if you would actually know fully how to use the powers and just abuse them. Like, you know that you need to do something. Oh, I'm just gonna find a spirit to be possessed by that are good at this particular job. Hey, I can do it well now. Would be a neat power. But then again, finding ones that would actually help you and do the job for you instead of running away because they're suddenly alive again. Yeah, that might be the more troublesome part. What? Yeah, that's a good point, but the way Phoenix is doing it It's more like, I don't know what I'm doing and I need to take care of this small girl. That should really bleed through. Well, this might have actually been everything we get out of this room right now. I can't remember everything exactly, so let's try the next one at least. And here we go. It looks even more horrifying than I remember. This version really brings the horror in this. But look! We have boss here. Are we gonna go for a salmon run? Now, that's a thing Phoenix should have thought of and tried to find when they first got here. And to be honest, it should have been given to Maya, because Maya has the habit of getting lost and in trouble. But it wouldn't be bad to give it to both. But Phoenix didn't even think about it. Yo, I got the map! You got the map, I got the map! I don't know, can you go more basic of a map for hotel? It does say partial there, which is a bit confusing, you know? But then again, it's so simple. Lobby, hall, 2 rooms. How can it even function like this, if we are honest? Like, you have the star rooms right after a hall, which is right from the lobby. This design is horrible. Like, absolutely horrible. Well, just please make sure that it's not gonna be updated the very second when we look at it. Well, there is a knife, but it's not in any vital spot per se. Like, it's on it's on the right, so it's not on the heart. It shouldn't be like, it's hard to estimate because I can't know exactly of his body build. But it shouldn't be even on the lung. It might actually be exactly where there is a single rib. So, like the first overall plate. It's not the rib, but whatever that plate was called. Or is it actually counted as a rib? I don't remember the actual terms in English, but it's so shallowly put in anyway. It shouldn't really be a cause of death. There isn't even that heavy of a bleeding. It's only tiny speck. Everywhere, you say. There is one random phone on the floor, and it doesn't look broken even. There's a glass which is completely intact, a single broken vase on the ground, and some few items. The chair is not disturbed. This area doesn't look like there actually was a real fight. It just looks like someone accidentally dropped a few things from the table and that's it. Well, there must have been other things I can show to him. But, well, I haven't shown anything to him yet, but there must have been something. I wonder what at this very moment. I don't really have much yet. Let me think. Although, do I even? No, there has to have been something, right? Or maybe do I actually come here later on? Just trying to remember how things went. Can't do it that easily. So you know what? Let's examine the place because there is a lot of horrors. Hey, there's boss. Oi! I want to go for a salmon run. No answer. Why do you go through the fridge? Carrot juice, it can be okay or it can be disgusting. Tomato juice is always gonna be just disgusting. And they aren't even the healthiest things. Why there's so many things that can be, can look like blood and used for blood effects? Also, what is this? Is it a water dispenser? It is very oddly disguised here, especially since the coffee machine is just blocked here anyway. And we have this giant stuffed bear. Collector's editions. How you know which ones are collector's editions? Phoenix, are you an expert of bears? Bear plushies? Huh? Trash can. Why? Phoenix is having flashbacks. Phoenix is having a traumatic flashback there. But yeah, how does he know that some of these are collector's editions? None of them really look like it. And I wonder, is any of these a reference? Because this one really reminds me of a animated TV show. It's a Western one. This also feels like it could be a reference to something. And this looks like another animated Western show bear. This one was from a show where the Teddy was actually a superhero, and this one looks like one where Teddy was just a toy. And I think it was lost, like a little girl dropped the Teddy and a random doll, and they just tried to find their way home. I think that was the premise of the show. Is that a footbath device? Oh, what is that? Is it a calculator? And then let's look. Like, you wouldn't throw teddies away like that if you didn't like them. If you did like them, I mean. But then again, you wouldn't put them on every bench everywhere if you didn't like them. If you legit did not like them, you would just put them in one pile and just label it all as trash. And you would not let this enter the room to begin with. Like, stuffed animals need to be maintained, or there are gonna be huge issues. They might even be filled with ticks and lice and all sort of grubbins, even if they are well maintained. And you can never say when you see a stuffed animal have something being done to it, have it been in a place where it can be infected with something. There a small table. How? You come from a village where you know nothing, but then again, you have been away from it for a while now, and you have been watching TV. So you should know what a laptop is as well. Also this. Yeah, it just showcased that Maya is the lost cause. Maya doesn't understand, even though she's been quote-unquote free for her life, because she was going with her sister. And she's still expected to know less than pearls now. Ouch, that hurts. But yeah, Pearl should, like, if Pearl knows what's a watch, she should also know what's a laptop. And a remote she should know definitely, because she has been watching TV. And she just saw cameras before. Damn, I want some chips. Some nice plain crisps. They could really hit the spot right now. Too bad I really can't be going to a grocery store for a small while. I think I have to survive over the weekend, which is not gonna be easy. Oh, I could return some bottles, but that's not gonna be useful more than just bringing out back a few filled bottles. Yeah, like this looks like it's multiple change of clothes, but only shirts. And bring a razor, I can understand. The man looks old, so he has to shave most likely every day. Makes sense. Hair dryer, no. Not, he doesn't have that much hair. No hair dryer, bad. And generally, I've been told that using hair dryers is bad for you anyway. Like, if you can have one in a cold, like a neutral air setting, so it wouldn't be cold or warm, like outside of like the norm, that should be like okay from what I've been told. But if it actually has cool hair, it's bad for your neck and muscles around that area, as well as breathing in the long term. If it's warm, it can mess up so many things. So many things. And most of them are extremely warm. I just remember that there actually is a hair dryer in this apartment due to my mom leaving one here. I wonder just where did she put it? Because I have had some occasions, because it's a warm one, I know that, even though I haven't used it. But I have had some occasions where I would have needed to melt things a bit. And I most likely could have used that hair dryer, but I forgot of its existence at that moment. So I had to use other means. But yeah, hair dryers are not good when they warm. Like, they legit melt plastic, so if something melts plastic, you shouldn't put it near your head. You know? Calculator is just a very weird thing to bring with you. Like, very weird. But let's slide over. And this is a very weird children's toy. Like, it doesn't even look that much like a bear. You know, it kind of feels more like it's a basic robot dog. Like, I can easily see it, like, more easily see it as a dog than a bear. But it's huge. That's a cell phone. I would think it's a cell phone. Like, is it? Oh, I think I know what kind of phone, cell phone it's trying to be. Well, it's one of the older ones. It has an antenna there. That small thing is the screen, and I think instead of the buttons being visible, you have that flap over there. You lower it down. That's how you answer the phone. So it creates this sort of cup, so your speech won't escape from the mic that easily. It will be funneled in, and it keeps the buttons clean and makes it so that you cannot pocket dial. A very neat invention. There weren't many models like that. They quite quickly invented, hey, why not make the entire phone into a flip phone when you can have a cover like that. It would protect the screen as well. Flip phones were an excellent invention. They are actually legit good. And they are bringing flip phones back. Not only classic models, for people that don't want smartphones or can't handle them, they are making smartphones into flip models as well. But the way that they are doing it, it's very stupid. And people buying those are fools. They are gonna be very expensive beta testers. Instead of them paying you the beta test, you pay them. I can already see that they will be broken in a year. The way those hinges and everything function, it's disgusting. It shouldn't be a consumer product yet. It needs more testing, more iteration. It can become a very cool thing future on. but I bet at that point it wouldn't be a flip phone anymore, it would be legit a paper sheet which you can fold and form as you want. As I have predicted that phones will be. I hope that I can find a picture of the futures computer we did at business school. Because we had like a timeline of all devices and then a future one in the end, which I completely designed. Many of the things on it have become reality, but one thing was done just by heat of the moment, and it would be like the best case scenario. But I know that that's gonna be really in the future, and maybe it can actually even happen then. But the other parts have mostly become true, like the smaller things. The keyboard mainly has become a reality. And the way that I did, and the screen, because they have, in essence, they have the same thing. I won't spoil more of it if I never find the picture. Remind me to talk about more of it if I just don't post a picture somewhere this week. Let that be the deadline. But yeah, since there's only water on the top of the lid and we see that there's a broken vase here, shouldn't it be obvious that the vase broke on it when it was closed? Who would? Like, genuinely, who likes tomato juice? I can understand liking tomato juice in something, like putting extra tomato juice on top of a pizza. Like, using it in something, maybe making it into a, like using it to make a taco sauce. Yeah, that I can understand, but a tomato juice as actual, you know, drink? Ugh. Horrible. Horrible. So yeah. Let's go on. It's wonder that they, like, Pearl actually discovered that. It's so obvious that you would expect no one to detect it. Oh wait. Could it actually be that... It's either one of these references. I'm starting to think that this one looks more like that bear. They look so similar. I'm getting the Mandela effect. I'm remembering things a bit wrong, most likely. Because one, like, I actually tried to find the show, which was about the Lost Toys. I think I did find it at some point, but then I discovered no, it wasn't actually a show. What I saw, most likely, it was a movie, or even more likelihood, it was a movie broken into be a show, and then they made a show, like an actual show after that, which they never showed. They only showed the movie broken down into be a show, not the thing that happens after it. And I heard a weird sound a moment ago. It was in the from the computer itself, which made me a bit on the edge. I think I have discovered everything around here that I can. So... But yeah. Oh! To mention more about the tomato juice. Like, using such a fancy glass, drinking something so vile. And the fact that the bottle is all over here. And there's also a teacup. So many things are so wrong here. Oh, and back on the fact, did the victim like bears or not? There's multiples on the beds as well. That should make it sure that the victim must have liked the bears. Maybe these ones in the trash, horrible things have been done to them. It's the only thing I can think of. Like, why would they be in the trash? There were many other things that seemed like untouched. Bum, bum, bum. Oh no. It's the beeping. How can she be doing this shit again? But on the main point, the beeping. Even if it would just be the second time, but it's clearly it has happened outside of what we can see, that Gumshoe had just started beeping. Or hearing beeping. You should expect, and then Karma has appeared. You should expect that the beeping is coming from you, because you keep hearing it so clearly. And the fact that Karma always appears after it, you should expect, hey, did Karma plant a locator beacon to me so she could find me whenever? At that moment you just throw away your jacket. If it ends, good. If it continues, start looking through your pants, shirt and other places. We don't know how far Karma has gone. The tracking bug could even be... It could even be... And that's the only way I'm gonna explain it. She just murdered a detective right in front of us. She committed a murder by whipping. And guess what we are gonna do about this? Go on, have a guess. You have 1 second to come up with a scenario. What could happen? What should happen in your mind? And I bet there must have been at least a couple of you who guessed Phoenix is gonna do absolutely nothing about it. Oh, oh, it's there. I thought that we were actually given it, but no, it's suddenly on the table. So let's take it before we forget. Yeah, you might already have an inclination what we are gonna do with this. This was a discussion I actually had with Zen a couple of days ago. Not autograph themselves, but writing in cursive. It's a dead way of writing. It's always been a horrible way of writing. Yeah, you like if you actually know a good way to write in cursive, it's way faster, of course. But the fact that most people who that know how to write cursive well still can't even read their own writing, let alone someone else's. Jesus, it's become way too archaic. It's pointless. And the fact, which is a sickening thing in my mind, that schools just say that we just need to continue teaching cursive instead of logical thinking and information church, which would be vital things to know, no matter what you're gonna do with your life. Instead of those, we are gonna continue teaching cursive because it's a good way to learn the alphabet. What? What you mean good way to learn the alphabet? You won't ever be reading cursive when you're looking through to find some information or learning something. It will always be with quote unquote block letters. So you learning cursive, which is in essence a completely different language, a completely different alphabet. You won't be learning the alphabet, you'll be learning cursive alphabet. It's a completely different thing. Also, Wendy. 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 We might not know anyone of that name at the moment. Could it become important? Who knows? Oh, but then comes the question. I know, like, I remember, it's a better way to say, I remember a couple situations where we need to actually show the, you know, thing we just got on the autocraft, but was both of them necessary? Do I actually have to show both? Or is only one of them important? I think that only one of them is important. But I just remembered a thing which I might not have done. While we were talking to her, did I actually present both? Let's see. I might not have. Aha! Motive. Or do I need to say the sketch in Finnish? No mikä se siinä motiivi? Well, we didn't actually find the motive, but we unlocked the speech. The discussion topic about the motive for murder. I just love the skit too much. And it's a shame that I know that it's ridiculous as it sounds. It's under 10% of people ever watching my channel, like way under 10%, are Finnish. And only Finnish people of a certain age group will understand that reference. So it's such a niche. It's a niche of a niche. And now we have 2 people that have 4 locks and 1 with 2. We are in lockception. Also, good God, I'm hungry. Guys, you see that there is that mushroom master over there in the top? Maybe help with that would be really appreciated. Well, now we have 3 people with locked information. I think that the first one we can unlock, and maybe the only one which we can unlock at the moment, is gonna be the horror mate manifest. But oh, we actually get to talk to Powers before we get there. Why did they leave? Let Phoenix leave then? Phoenix was present at the scene of the crime very soon. Also, the heck you're doing, radio? What? Oh, you meant to write both in the same. I still don't get it. I still don't get it. Also, where were you yesterday? We were like expecting you. Well, you weren't around. We were expecting to play something. You weren't around. Oh, that's a shame. Well, at least you get some sleep, because you definitely need more of that. Seeing how late you are online in some days. Also, how is this arm supposed to function? Like, I can understand the gears, but it would allow unnatural movement, but these, it would block the movement in a very rigid way. Where is this connected to? And fingers. Like, this is such a villain's hand, you know. It doesn't look like something a hero would have. Yikes, that doesn't sound good. I think most, like, well, actually everyone quite left at the same time. We went away from the call somewhere between 1 and 2. I think it's more like closer to 1. Yeah, it makes sense. And it might be best that you wait a small moment before going to bed anyway. So you would get back to a more normal rhythm. I would definitely need that. I actually woke up at a reasonable time today, which I'm happy. It has been a while. And I actually got some minor things done in the morning. Sadly very minor, but at least something. Yeah, that would be a wonder. It's been a long time. I'm starting to trying to remember when did it became a fantasy for me. It's been that for a long time, but when did it actually start? I can't remember when. Feels like eternity though. But I always want to wake up early. Like, well, early quotations, depending who you ask, or the day is gonna be ruined. But the thing is, it's gonna be an impossibility if I go to bed at 5 AM, which have happened by accident too many times. I don't count the Monday because that was planned. I was kind of planning that I wouldn't even go to bed, but I was feeling so tired after everything, and it was a quiet moment. So I was like, yeah, going to bed at 5 AM seems like a nice thing. And so I did. I know what you're getting at, radio. Like, I wasn't joking when I said that it's actually gonna be a thing, the unnamed thing, because you started it, you forced me into a position where it has to happen, so it's gonna happen at some point. But I'd rather not name a point, because we can just do it randomly at some point. The torture. The torture I receive from it, and add it with the torture others receive from it, it might become a net positive thing in the end. I'm not sure yet. It did make me lose a lot of humanity though. And I'm not sure, is it a good pain or not? It might be. I think we have everything we need in order to get her to talk. I think. So, let's look at those logs again. I really hope we have everything, because if I'm missing something, it's gonna be annoying to go through everything we can unlock again. But I have a good track record so far. Have I gotten into one of these two early ones in the streams? Maybe? You finally admit it. You finally admit it. Demon! Demon! Well, I just have to estimate. Like, I know what it is, but you just have to estimate it. Because the stats didn't actually tell you her name, but remember what it was? Yeah. If we look at the court record, this is why I wanted to go through. It just says security lady, age question mark, when the old bag. But because you just look at the title, you might forget that her name is Wendy Old Bag, not just unknown old bag. So, I wish I would be in your position. I wish I would just have actual free time. You know, I just don't have time. I suggest ESO. You are gonna regret that. You are legit gonna regret that. Even if you would, like, even if you are bored occasionally, you are gonna be really appreciated about the fact that you can just be. You can just rest soon enough. Trust me. For wishing that you wouldn't have that much time. That's what you're gonna regret. I have never regretted, wish that I would have less time. I have been extremely bored, and I am extremely bored in many occasions still, but that's usually because I have so many things I should be doing, and I'm locked somewhere where I can't do anything. Like on a disgustingly 6-hour train, over 6-hour train ride, which should have been only under 1-hour train ride. So yeah. And boom! It broke 3 locks. Well, it's a discussion not to talk about now live, I would say, radio, but... And there we go. We got all 4 locks with that single autocraft. Her weakness has become our strength once more. This is the 3rd time, isn't it, that this has happened? Or is it actually the 4th one already? Oh well. Oh, thank you. It's been a while, I would say. The water is disgusting again, but I need it. What do you mean refill it? You mean the bottle itself? No, radio. The water is still gonna be bad. I refilled it before the stream. And yeah, it might be a bit better with some ice, but it's actually a bit hard to get ice to work with it. Plus, too much effort at the moment. Because I have stuff in the freezer. I just need to somehow get more ingredients to use with the things in the freezer, so I would have something to eat. But getting that requires monetizational compensation, which is not a good thing for me at the moment. Wait, you still have some? Good God, radio. Like, how long have you been keeping them? Like, stocked up? How much is it? What is it? I'm actually interested, because you don't believe how much I actually miss homework. Oh, that's not good. That's not good. But yeah, I legit miss certain types of homework. They were fun. I liked studying. Yeah, I loved studying. But the thing is, I can't study anymore. I would love to, but I can't. It's just how they have made up the laws and how to get to schools and things. It just makes it an impossibility for me to continue studying at this moment. I hate that fact. Plus, in many ways I'm overqualified already, and in many ways I'm underqualified. I hate the position I'm in. I hate how job markets work at this current moment in the world, especially in this country. Oh well, oh well. Did I actually get enough of information with this? Because I think I did get everything I can from her, because we only have those two. We can discuss that more outside of the stream. I have ideas you might want to try. But there is the Criminal Affairs Department. We haven't been there yet. I would assume that we get something from there at least. Because I can't remember every detail. Yeah, Pearl has been corrupted. Oh, am I missing something because he's not here? But we see the horror. No, it's disgusting. That's not the blue badger. That's the proto badger. A proto badger, if we are honest. You need to have played investigation to understand any of this, by the way. It kind of feels like this man's Sonic Sona, or whatever you would call when you make a custom Sonic character. It really feels like that. And it hurts to think. It doesn't look like a calendar to me at all. Or is it meant to be like an actual huge wall calendar, but the calendar bit has been taken off because it's actually like multiple years old? Yeah, the chief is a weird person. Yeah, he's always reading just random things on the computer. Yeah, I have heard the term, but I would have expected that they would have picked... Yeah, I know a fursona is a thing, but that's why I thought that they would have come up with a new word for when you create an OC of a Sonic character, OC Sonic character, because I have heard that bronies have something. What was it? It wasn't that long ago when someone just said the word and I was like, what? And then they explained it's when you create a custom My Little Pony character. I don't remember what it was called. But I know that like there are terms. I would expect that there would be a new term for a Sonic character as well. It's just what I assume. Okay. Well, I guess it's short to begin with. Maybe it's better. It's actually better this way. I was just expecting. I was expecting that there would be something. It's sad that the word is in that part now. I cannot ever imagine myself working in an office like this. Like, I legit can't work if there's someone like right behind me, and especially this close. I couldn't most likely even fit like into a disposition if all of these would be filled. Yeah, that doesn't sound like a bad idea, but to be honest, it's a hard thing to imagine. But when you have done it, it becomes just something soul-sucking expectation of everything. But what I was going to say, I would suggest that you do at least some of the schoolwork first, especially if you have to give it in tomorrow. At least do the things you have first tomorrow. Oh wait. Oh, do I remember that you said that you don't have school on Fridays? Or am I mixing it up with someone else? Tomorrow is Friday, right? I'm not in Week Wild. The day is Thursday, right? I'm streaming in the right day, right? Right? Yes? Today is Thursday. Tomorrow is the 1st. Spooky month will begin. Spook. But yeah, I must be missing something because we didn't get anything from here. Now, what could I be missing then? Maybe I could have talked to like unlocking her, lock at this moment as well. Maybe. No, wait. There's another thing which I can try, which I think I have forgotten to do. Let's go back to the hall. Let's present some profiles because I think I haven't done it. I'm certain that I haven't presented her. Well, go around, you're a bit late for that. Phoenix did have a flashback. A traumatic flashback, not so long ago. Okay, nothing due to tomorrow. Then, if you start to feel at all tired, then go to bed. But I would still suggest you to do some of the homework. Only Sunday and Tuesday. Sunday? I know a couple of people who have had Sunday school, and it wasn't anything religious, but I don't ever remember that they had ever homework for it. Huh? Ah, so it's okay, makes sense. No, Phoenix. You know that everyone's... No. Phoenix, no. Everyone's already... I won't explain. I won't explain. Proud. Now that's a weird thing to be. Happy I could understand. Sympathetic I could understand, but proud. That's a weird thing to be. Especially when you know that the bride becomes before the fall. I can't do that voice well. Especially when I'm not in the... how to describe it? I'm not in the correct form to actually do the voice. Let's say it that way. I still feel like I'm missing something before we can get Lotta's situation. But what could it be? What could I be missing? Like, it must be something simple which I've just forgotten to do. Or do we just try to talk to Lotta and get it done? Maybe while I'm doing it, I get the thing which I know that I need later on. I think that might be the case. Oh, thank you, Goran. Yep. Like, we have discussed this topic before, Radio, and I don't know how it works over there, but at least over here, if you want to get into that kind of occupation, what? What? Did I miss something? Yeah, but a similar, I mean. Like, I know that when we discussed, there isn't that exact, but into that field, per se, you would need to, like, train up your body. That's a thing you need to do. You need to exercise. And if you want to get to that exact job, you still need to exercise. Like, in the US, even though they might give that job to almost anyone, you still need to have good physical shape, because those towers, like working as a fire watch in US, those towers are a bitch to climb up to and down from. Like I said, the towers are a bitch to climb. You need to be fit to do that. In most cases it is. Trust me, in most cases it is. In the Australia, I'm not sure. That's a different thing, but in US at least, it's mostly towers. There is no other good vantage points to do the job. It's usually towers located in a... I don't remember what's the radius between each other, and you need to know how to use the communication devices as well. They still nowadays use radios, but you being a radio, you should know about those already. But yeah, they built the tower on top of a hill. That's the thing. The hill itself is not gonna be good, because the trees will block everything you see. But if you're in a tower that's taller than the trees, you can actually see if there's smoke somewhere. Well, I think we might actually have what we need.
Take that!
Maybe I actually get the second thing by going through the speech. I don't remember. I just remember that I need to showcase a certain thing, which I don't have yet. Yeah, radio, that's the thing. They might have a vehicle that delivers you to the location, but you legit need to be in good enough physical condition to actually maneuver in that location. And climbing a tower is the minimum usually. You need to do that. Oh no, I don't have it, and I need to showcase it. Shit, I can't unlock. No. Damn it! I was really hoping that I would be given the thing I need to showcase while going through that. Where did I get that? I don't want to spoil what it is. But where do I get that item? Need to think. Maybe I should have, like, most certainly I need to have gotten it before. But from where? Where would I get the item? Damn it! I have no memory. Where would I get it? Ah. Oh, Goran, you mean that if there is a wildfire going, the helicopters in many cases can't come to get you. The heat and the elevated air and the smoke from the fires makes it so you cannot be evacuated with the helicopter. The heat and the updraft created from the fires is so insane. Helicopters cannot function in many of the occasions. That's why when they use explosives or huge chunks of water, they are delivered with heavy planes for that occasion. It does matter. You need to be in good physical condition enough that you can actually get out of the situation. Like, you don't need to be the requirements isn't the same as for a fireman, but you still need to be able to walk a couple of miles and climb up and down the tower. Well, I just explained it. You need to be able to walk a couple of miles without issues and climb up and down the tower. That's usually what is required. That's good. That's a very good start. Then you need to do some climbing training. If you do that, you have good qualifications where to go from. No joke. But back to the topic at hand, but the issue at hand in the stream is I know that I need a certain item, but I have no memory. Where would I get it? Because let's go back here and did I forget to showcase both profiles? I think I did showcase them. But let's make sure. Yeah, I'm sure that I showcased this profile. Did I showcase the victim? Oh yeah, I did, because it unlocked the motive thing. So what's another thing which I haven't done? There's something small. It has to be something small which I haven't done. But what it is, that's the thing. Shit. Because I'm starting to think that to get that item, it had to have happened even before we unlocked Old Bag's speech. But who gives me the item in that case? Shit, I'm quite puzzled here. well, Goran, I wouldn't be surprised if that happened. She is extremely cursed individual for sure, so I wouldn't be surprised at all. Damn it. It has to be something really small I'm missing, but I don't know what. I don't think I can just find it by investigating. I should have already seen it. So who's gonna be the person who can give me the item? It has to be someone. And it cannot be Lotta, because I need to give it to Lotta. Oh, damn it! You opened the topic. You are the one who's gonna give it to me, right? I'm stupid. How did I miss the fact that it opened the topic? That I showcased the profile. There we go. That's what I'm talking about. Yeah, so now you should be able to guess what is the missing item. I kinda spoiled it badly. So let's quickly skip to the part until we get to the part where we can display it. Yeah, I was so close to the answer and yet so far. So blah 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 blah, skip, Baloo. Showcase, Adrian. Skip, Baloo, skip. Come on, let me skip all the way. And then we display the clip. And there's your issue. You should always expect that someone wants to steal something from you. You should always expect that. It's just how world functions. And I'm actually very surprised that people haven't tried to steal from me in such a long time. There have been occasions where I've been kind of wishing that, come on, please try to steal it, try to steal it so I can deck you. And no, they haven't. They don't dare. In the end, it's better that way, but still, there are those occasions occasionally where you just want to deliver some justice. Because in most occasions, petty thieves don't get any justice done. Even when they are caught, they will usually get off with scolding like, no, I was just trying to deliver this back to the police station because I found it. Like, okay, I'll be seeing you later then, Goran. And I won't be streaming that much longer anyway. I should be soon done with this part of the investigation anyway. And after that, I need to find something to make my stomach quiet for a while. So, yeah. I'll see you later. But here's the thing. Do I have everything I need now to get the final lock? I doubt that's the case. But if that's not the case, should everything be ready that I can go back to the Criminal Affairs Department? Yes, it's done! And after this I can go back and break the lock. So yeah. Again with this bullshit. The defense has, like, not only the right, the defense have the obligation to have examined every piece of evidence before the trial. And that means the police have the obligation to make sure that the defense can do that. And usually the prosecution is the fact that once the defense goes through all the evidence, so their case can be more accurate. They can go through all the facts that the defense can state about the evidence and think how they are going to counter them. It benefits both if both parties know everything. And both parties need to know everything, but this series has so many wacky ways. In the 5th and 6th game, many of these things make more sense based on the surroundings, but the next 2 games, no, not really. I bet there was something else I needed to do here as well. I think there's at least a couple things that I need to show, but I don't remember all of them. The magazine clipping is one of them for sure. Yep, here we go. When there has been a case where you found out about an accident, a disappearance, or a murder that happened in the past, and it hasn't had any effect in the current case, I want to know. Oh, I didn't get her profile yet. Do I have to? Yeah, I have to talk about her first. Kinda expected to go the other way around, but... Had to leave it there for a dramatic effect. I bet most of you didn't expect that we would see Edgy Boy at this very moment. But there he is, in the flesh. And angry as usual. Well, Edgy Boy is back. So what's the first thing we do? Present our badge! No, Edgy, please. It's our badge. You can't do that. Okay, let's talk. It doesn't really make sense even. Why did Phoenix ever get this extreme hatred for Edgy Boy? It makes no sense. Like, that should be obvious to everyone at this moment. But to be honest, people would laugh and question you if you say you are actually doing this for the people. Like, it's sick how in much of a horrid condition and bad name defense attorneys are in real life. They are actually even more bad-mouthed than defense attorneys are in a future game. I'm not gonna say which one, but in one, they are, well, okay, about as bad as in that game. But yeah. But even defense attorneys like understand that money makes things go around, world especially. And only public defenders are the only ones who can really say they are doing it for the people. Because public defenders are really spending their life to get into the profession, and they get paid so criminally low. Like, in some places, public defenders are actually paid for what you would expect a non-trained cleaner would get paid. And with the amount of training you are required to get even to a public defender position, you wouldn't expect to take wages like that. But defense? No, doesn't pay. I think there is at least one more thing I can talk to Edgy Boy about, but I think here is where I showed profile, right? Yeah. But there's the thing. How can anyone know that there was a note? That should be the first mystery coming to Phoenix's mind immediately. And, well, we can talk about it. Part 1. Why part 1? Let's... Oh. We can't look at it. I thought we can look at it. Okay, let's present it then. No. I don't like how they constructed this in a way that we get the report, and I bet that there have been players who are like, "Oh, we have this report, now we can go forward with this," but then they come to a roadblock, like, "Hey, this does nothing." Like, I don't like ever when you get something of proof and you have to immediately present it. Like in the future game especially. They made it better in a way that if someone gives you something, they immediately talk that through. You might need to showcase it back to them later if it has been updated, but not ever like immediately, because that's kind of pointless. But yeah, this case ends up being a bit more grim than the usual. Unsurprisingly. It's been a while that we get a real change to the music. If I say it's about time that we get this music. Talking about Flusher Hard, I should really try to get that to work, because that would be a fun game to stream. Because like, even though there is only a couple of ways you can go through it, and it's not that interactive. Doing random shit to accidentally get results, it's really funny. So it would be a thing I want to stream, but I would need to get it to work at first. Work at all and work on OBS both. And there is the funny thing, there is the log, it creates a log every time you play. So we could like go through it like afterward. It's a fun game. It is a fun game. I wonder, have I gone through everything with Edgy Boy? I think I have. So let's go to the detention center. Well, the time moves on at least, so I think we have done things right. Have you now? Let's think. Because I'm sure that there is couple. There's at least one thing I can show. But is there more than one thing? Well, we had two things to talk about first, at least. The lines are exact, aren't they? Maybe I wasn't actually even required to go through this again. But there should be a topic, one more topic I can talk. And to go through that, I think I need to showcase. There we go. Maybe I need to showcase multiple things. Another one I think is Celeste. Oh, here we go. Well, overall, the fact that they let him have a fucking phone, they might legit let anyone dine with him. I kind of would expect there to be a similar result as there would have been with Maxima Galactica. That the managers could just make anything happen. Just because a famous star. We can stage a jail escape. Yeah, we are just staging a jail escape. Then they actually escape the jail while doing it. Go to a photo shoot. Disappear for a second. Write a book, quote unquote, in a week. Come back. Say that he's sorry, he's ready to take the punishment. Avoid death penalty. Make a TV documentary about the event starring himself where he admits that he did it. And I'm not joking. I could actually see shit like this happening in real life. it's sick, but things like this happen. You guys have to, like, just look at a celeb. I can't articulate today at all. No, but yeah, just look at famous murder cases. Famous murder cases done by famous people, I would mean. Yeah. But we actually didn't get anything out of that. Don't think. So I guess we should have everything we need in order to open the final lock. Because I really hope that we have everything. If we don't, we're gonna be stuck for a moment again. Okay, we must have everything because time advanced. Yay. And that is highly illegal, Mrs. Like, I think Mrs. Karma's crime list might actually end up being larger than what his dear old dad's crime list was. I'm not joking, even though his dad did crimes for such a long time. In the short time that we've seen Francesca, she's done so many heinous things in such a high volume. Her crime sheet should go higher, I would think. Like, at least in my opinion, I know it wouldn't actually be counted, but at least in my opinion, whipping people on death's door constantly should be viewed as way more heinous than shooting someone. At least when you shoot someone, it's over quickly, they are dead. But if you whip someone on the edge of their life constantly, you are constantly torturing them. Overall, how torture versus murder is prosecuted, it's a bit conflicting in many ways. I should advance so the beeping ends. It's still going on. No! Stop about the beeping! There we go. But yeah, in many ways, crimes where you legit torture someone, make someone's life torment, is in most cases viewed as a very minor thing. Especially if you compare it to financial crime or, well, I think murder being higher, it kind of makes sense how things are seen as, but compared to financial, everything is considered small. I filled in my tax form wrong. I'm gonna get a life sentence in jail. But meanwhile, if I tortured 6 people to the edge of their life for years, you get 5 years. What? And that goes with almost every country out there. Well, she isn't gonna mention anything that they discussed about. But I would think that we have everything we need, so it's a go. Yeah, that's a very, very bad lie. Like, why to even begin with that? It's like a worst way to start these lies. So, let's showcase the paper. It's our top used item in the investigation. Well, this one is something we just have to, guess. But we know about the dependency. But some of the blanks we have here never really made sense. But I'm not going to spoil, because it's gonna look even more cryptic if I start actually explaining. Oh well, showcasing the lack of explaining. Well, this one I'm a bit annoyed, because we look at the report. Was her suicide note hidden? Why is it put like this? Like, shouldn't it be put in the way, did she write a suicide note? Suicide note was not found. Or, well, to be more honest, it should have been formed in about the way of evidence showcase a high potential of a written suicide note, yet none were found at scene. Possible while play afoot. Something like that. There is 2 more logs. Because the only thing I can remember that we need to showcase after this is just this. But there is gonna be another log after this one as well. Oh, this is a chore, isn't it? Oh, the automatic logic did it for us. Good, because I would not have had any idea what the item was. But we have broken her secret by facts and logic. Now let's make her actually explain things. Why do we get the sad Steel Samurai theme here? There are multiple sad music themes, and we have to get the Steel Samurai one. It feels a bit too sad for this, you know? Because we are given the possibility that she is the murderer. We shouldn't get to be so sympathetic with her, or we are not gonna even humor the idea that she would be the murderer, you know? Just think about it. All of the talk about fire watching earlier, and now this. Why couldn't this happen earlier? That is fully understandable. Like, over here and in most countries, almost everywhere, if anyone finds out that you have attempted suicide, you aren't going to be allowed to do many things. You would be constantly watched, you would be constantly well, even harassed in some cases, but mostly like handled in a very, how to say it, in a very bad way. I guess that's the most delicate way to say it. A very confusing card, don't you say? A pink seashell. Like, immediately, the things you would think from a pink seashell like that would be a spa or maybe a perfume. Those are like the only things where it kind of fits. But yeah, oh, I know exactly what it should be. With that type of design and color choice, it should be a perfumed card for a spa. Not a credit card. What is a business card? Yeah, it would be a perfumed business card for a spa. a luxurious advertisement for a high-class spa. That's what it looks like. Well, now we're in a bit of a pickle. Because I don't remember what I can do now. Do I have to go back to the office? You don't usually have to... Oh, well, we get to talk to someone here. Oh, well, yeah, we have gathered everything, so... Yeah, the back and forth constantly, she should be exhausted. Okay, I have to go back to the office. I had an inclination of that. And I was right. Like, I can't remember everything by heart. And it's very rare that you have to go to the office. But... I think I remember what's gonna happen next, so it makes sense that you are forced to go to the office. Well, she wouldn't die of hunger for a long while. Although her biological functions must be weird for the huge amounts of things she's constantly gulping down. Her metabolism must function pretty quickly, but still, she shouldn't die of hunger before the case would be buried. But dying of thirst, now that would be a thing. And anyone who was here and knows that she's in a wine cellar, you can quench your thirst with wine. You will end up more dehydrated if you only had wine. In most cases, it kind of depends on the wine. If you have very old school wine, like wine that would have been the drink for dinner back in the Greek and Roman ages, yeah, that would actually hydrate you. Because it's not... how to describe it? It's... I don't know how to describe it without going into deep in the chemistry. But old school wine would function. You could survive on it alone. Although you would need to consume it in a very correct manner, or you would end up being drunk and puking and getting really, really dehydrated because of that. Because you can't just constantly be drunk. You will die of dehydration that way. But if you know how to manage it, yes, it could be done with old school wine. That's way too smart of her. Way too smart. There's no way she would have understood that. I could have gotten it if it would have been the other way. If she would have been possessed and then wrote the letter that she needs to... Well, actually, no, there would not even be any reason for the letter. because Mia have been able to possess Maya, like just like that before. So she should just possess her, look at the surroundings, and then leave, and then possess Pearl and give the information. That would be the most sensible way how things happen. But no. Maya was somehow way smarter than she normally would be. And it's time to take us back into the past to play the games that don't suck ass, because this is an eternal classic and we're gonna stop the joke there. Apple pie, don't remind me. It's been a couple of years that I haven't had access to apple pie. I really miss that. Oh. There aren't any, like, even many places where you could get apple pie nowadays. And it would cost an insane amount. You never dream to even just go to a store and just get good apple pie. Many things just were better back in the day. Like, I really can't go back to the lack of freedom, but the security, yeah, maybe actually, if I would have so much of security, I could be with the lack of freedom. But us seeing the card here, I bet many of you have started connecting things. There are so few doors where that actually works. Yeah. But here we go. Yeah, Maya is acting way too smart here. Way too smart. And here's the thing where Maya is extremely stupid. She should expect that the kidnapper is somewhere behind that door. There are wine bottles. At least take one of the wine bottles as a weapon before you go out. Maya, no! Well, this is gonna be the point where we stop today. It's been over 4 hours. Jeez, this has been a lot longer episode than usual. So let me... As you might have guessed, we'll be in the court next episode, but not now. So, that has been the episode for today. I'd like to thank everyone for joining. Let's see about our raid for today. I can't see anyone at the moment. Oh wait, I can actually see someone at the moment who I haven't seen streaming at like the same time I have in ages. So we might say hello to them. I haven't even been able to say hello to them in ages. And they are actually streaming with someone who I haven't talked to for some time either. So we know who to raid. But before we do that, I would like to thank everyone so much for joining today. Hopefully you join me next time, which is most likely gonna be somewhere during the weekend. I just can't promise actually promise that it will happen and when it will happen and what it will be, but somewhere in the weekend I will at least try. But if that doesn't happen, and anyway, even if it does, you're gonna see me on the Monday for the usual time for more Battlefield Gothic 2. Then on Tuesday for more Heroes 5, because I'm having now hard time to resist playing it outside the streams, but since I started streaming it, I should finish it. It's a game I've been wanting to play through again for such a long time. And then next Thursday for more Ace Attorney. We left it at a very exciting part, so I bet some of you guys are at the edge of your seat to see how it goes. But we are gonna see it next week. Let's raid 2K. It's been a while that we've been able to do this. Thanks for coming, everyone. See you later. Bye bye.